Yeah, I was thinking that I could do an 8% run after this one. But I actually can't. Because I only have around 6 hours or so. Which, unless we pull out a 4-hour run, not happen. Probably be too exhausted after doing this. So just tell me if the audio is or if it's too low or something. Juju knocked on my door. Also, I did have a realization. Or actually, almost a lesson. So, basically what I thought was, could we do the thingy? Could we, in any percent, could we? So, I'm pretty sure, yeah, essentially, I feel like I may have done quite a lot during this thing, I'm not sure. I think it includes getting, doing nothing but tractor in the beginning, which is going to be very much hog. Essentially, all you do is just walk over, get one level of jumping, do tractor. That is fair game. That's cool. You must have done a good life run right there. Okay, it's been a lot longer than never taken like any real breaks. It just disappeared. Someone just disappeared into the fire. I should. Someone put that. You know, just your fire hydrant, Dory. Bro. Skill. Pure skill, not luck. I also said I would do. Oh no, I said I would do that, didn't I also said I would do the adventure or glitchways. Right. So a lot of areas I think I can improve. Since I'm probably gonna be comparing to my fortress one, and I don't have splits for it. Because it is different. Actually, it's the exact same. Wait a minute. What? Someone joined. Someone there? Huh? Yeah, it's a tracker. I feel like I'm always sort of trying to get consistency in tracker. Though also most of the time it's because a lot of the time, whenever I do get fast, whenever you do get fast, it's sort of luck whether or not you actually live. Because sometimes the game like you'll go off a big jump and then you'll just land in your still worst position, no matter like how well you actually. But I need to get to that point more often. Also, wait. I should make sure this isn't down patched, shouldn't I? I should also make sure you know I'm active. Next time I try, I'm actually look at it for just a second before I do that. Much better than wasting 30 minutes on a run that doesn't actually have New Game Plus on it. Also, I know that you don't actually need Rocket for. I still think you need Rocket for Marco. Now that I think about it, even though it would only save like 1 to 2 minutes, maybe like max to do CS. And actually, it might not even save that much time. Compared to like something like Ice Sword. I cannot see who's typing shit. This focus is clearly not needed. This is just a game where you just do things. Why? Why, you ask? 'Cause yes. Also, I can't. Yeah, I can't. I need to. I need to take away your jobs here. I want to take a. I want to take a full record too. Decent. Yeah, absolutely. This is Duck Life Adventure. This is the strength minigame. You know, as all people know, strength entails being able to put giant burgers and dodging spike balls into a giant tower to try to go as high as possible. As we all know. You know, it's common knowledge. And also, you only get 3 lives on the false work. So it's gonna be, despite, so the world record that LiveSplit is telling you is completely wrong. Okay. Good night, also, just don't pay attention to the, just don't, so LiveSplit is lying to you with the world record. It is actually 5:42 something, I think. So apparently LiveSplit doesn't factor in that I put NG plus or that I put current patch. Oh, I didn't. Oh no, we died on 22. I didn't realize it would actually hit me there. Oh yes, this isn't 1.0 roller skates. Hog. It's still really bad, but at least it's not hypersensitive. And you don't fly across the entire room from tapping the button once. Bro. Also, if sweetie, this minigame is this minigame is basically just stacking things, but they have terrible hitboxes or something and never stick when they should. I probably should stream earlier in the day. I was gonna stream at like 4. Then I decided to play Lucy for 2 hours. Ah! Oh, ah! I am. Too bad I did terrible on previous cycle. Well, I died at a point. It's just terrible to die at. And this. I have a little more age. When I have a cycle where you can go into as much in between as possible without actually dying and having to deal with this, since it only counts if you die. Ah! Like, the first cycles were really good. Actually, the second one. And I got like 10 hours. Which just in a game you can gain, I feel like, a lot of time on. You can gain definitely a lot of time on. It's like for like the first few like levels of it, like first like 2 3, it's relatively slow, but then afterwards it really speeds up. And it's based off of how many you've stacked. For XP, so you'll get way more. What did I do? Eventually the strategy now is sort of swing in the direction and hope it just sticks on. Sometimes it just does that. I might die once I hit level 30, just intentionally, just to remove these things from existence. I think it took me like around 40 minutes to get this. Or like 36 to get this level 50. The problem with these things that like unlike 1.0, you don't even get fast movement with these things. It's just bad. Like it just takes longer to accelerate and such, and it's just worse in pretty much every way. It's like by the time they're actually moving fast enough for it to really be worth it, it's already taken you like half the screen. Like most of the screen moving across for it to really be worth it. Should also maybe pay attention to coins because there is the chance that my I don't actually know. Wait. Oh, I didn't realize. But yeah. That was just good. What am I doing? Forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, so I did sort of just randomly pull out numbers, basically just like, I'm pretty sure what I'm gonna do is just by the end I'm just gonna cut down by like, actually, you know, I can do, oh, wait, I didn't realize it before. Yeah. No, wait. In Bushwest, you don't have as many consumables, do you? by the end, since you spend like all of your money on things and most of your money on actual items or items and such. But since we already have those, and we also have consumables, I could probably afford taking a decent amount less in racing, because I don't actually think most of the races except Marco are even close, probably. Well, I could probably do that. Oh, I realized last second that the bar was over that. It was over this way. Yeah. Now, the first part of this went by so much faster. Just like 20 levels or so, just by super fast. Because normally I'm pretty bad at this minigame. Honestly, I'm pretty bad at most of them. At most of the minigames. At least I was. I'm not sure about that. Like, I do get better, but like, I barely played this game that much compared to some other people played it. Or, like, played casually and such, and actually with the new games. Some of them you don't really need to be good at, like, well, for a decent majority of it, like, health training, beginner health training, literally just spam spacebar for like 20 levels. Yep, yeah, spam spacebar. Or spam forks. Yeah, it's all you do. And things like this one and Tractor, I feel like I do consistently the worst at sometimes. Because I have had really good Tractor runs. But then I just don't do it that often. I just fail a lot. And like Nidus scenarios, like where I'm trying to do something like hopping, whatever you want to call the thing that makes you go slightly faster, and it really probably isn't worth it compared to being able to get up to a decent amount of speed to go really fast and get like 3 times as much XP as in getting. I could get like a tiny bit extra by hopping, and also just completely smelts it. So there probably is a good idea in Tractor to reduce the amount of time that you're like. I think a lot of people like basically just stick on their back wheel, like they're trying to do like a wheelie. When wheelies don't get points in the first 20 levels. and it's probably to slow you down. And it is based off of distance. XP is. Bruh, I wasn't looking. Yeah, Fork's not allowed to have a world record for longer than you know. We go fast enough, we can make him not have it for 24 hours. Fork shall never have new records again. I just want to I was considering just starting stream and just like after I saw that had started a run, and then finish it, and then trying to finish enough before him, even though there's already like an hour ahead, and then just and do that, but yeah, he it wouldn't. Like, I mean, technically, he wouldn't have, if I did do it, he wouldn't have had the world record for any amount of time, according to literally anything. Also, I never really set the date. Also, that was a really bad circle. I never really set the date, on my runs. I just use whatever it does, since normally I submit within the day that I get it. And generally, it doesn't even really matter. Like maybe your world record will be up. Well, speedrunner.com will say it was a day earlier, but I don't really care that much. Again, if your run's not submitted, as long as it's, even if it's not verified in a time period and it is shown to be valid, it doesn't really change the fact that you had the world record at that moment. Even before it's verified. It's still a world record. As long as it's actually, as long as it's not cheated or anything, it's still a world record. Maybe I should have just sort of, used, maybe I should have used my, my glitchless splits for this. The car actually feels sort of slow. How is that? Okay. That would have been really funny on launch date. If the line bar had a hitbox and the things could snap to it, that would have just been free and. I feel like this is gonna be like 10 minutes better than my glitchless run, which is quite good speaking, but it's only then in my glitchless run I'm pretty sure it was 36 minutes. And 10 minutes better is not bad. No. You do bad the first time, it gives you more time save. And then diminishes. Unless you're bad, you're just gonna never get another PB. Wait. Chris. Big brain. Galaxy brain. Bruh. Capture the thing. Capture! Capture! Bruh. Gonna disqualify me. Who's no Ben for? Who's no Ben? That's fine, right? My first Real Max Skills run, didn't get accepted because it had an hour or so where the game wasn't capturing for some reason. So I hope 20 seconds was fine. I didn't actually really do anything. I understand it and closed the game. Because the exit button is actually up there. Now here's the most brainless part of the game, probably. Yeah, I don't know what the Yep, how paying attention. Oh yeah, I forgot in my glitchless run, in the final boss fight, Wide Marco appeared. I forgot that was a thing. So let me actually look at my splits. Actually, I wasn't too far off. That was only like 30 seconds or so. I guess because it's my really garbage ones. It's really bad. Compared to the really good ones. So I should probably still check after this one. Can someone please remind me to check if this is actually, in fact, we did NG pulls properly. Around this should take around 20 minutes. So I should be paying attention, but I feel like I'm gonna just gain a lot of time right there. I thought I gained a lot of time in drink, but apparently I didn't. I may have actually lost time comparatively, since I'm not even sure. Well, actually, no, I probably knew if I quit out there. Yeah. I had to quit out of the way. I feel like I really want to go for it. Because it seems like fun now. But, like, so I did not do for this one. Oh, I never put splits for turning. Okay. Wait. I never made a split for... I never made a split for beating Mirko. Well, I guess we'll just keep on the dunk. Why is this fork so in there? I've seen them be stretched out, but I've never seen them like be more inside than they are. Yeah, I probably should be using my brain, but honestly, I feel like I might be smaller. It probably isn't. I was just telling myself that I'm not using time, but still. Also, if I can do infinite endos and tractor, that could be tall. If I can do that for like the entirety of tractor, that would be very much more intense. And even just like being able to have infinite endos in the first place, like it honestly might even be worth it if you really wanted to. If you're like really bad at tractor, a fast speed tractor, you're going fast tractor, and surviving for a long time, you could probably, since it's just based on how long you think in the cycle, for how much speed you get, so you could build up to like max speed or decent speed, without any risk if you just, on all moving targets. I should probably actually start trying. You can. Trying to think what I'm trying to say. These ones are just the worst in moving targets. Yeah. Like, honestly, those, I'm not even sure if I should okay, so let me try. But I should probably try it, so. But, you know, just spamming. It's just that, like, doing it requires a decent amount of, like, that would not happen. Like, spinning and moving ones like that one, we're just not gonna, well, they're all spinning, but still, like, I can maybe try those, but I feel like still, it's actually just slower most of the time, unless this just happens. Wait a minute. It's just the fact that it happens so often. It's basically everyone that's moving and that's a wall bounce just not happening. Bruh. I didn't even have to wait it. It's like per motion of it, you only really get like 2 opportunities to actually really hit it. That movie. Oh no, I'm in Joey skip and when I run. Oh, he was skip. I guess Joey skip. Well, probably should be in an upside somewhere. I don't think it is. But like, it's literally just such free time. This time too. Like, literally just so free. I wonder if you pass one of them and also make it go off the space, still get to shoot like 2 shots sometimes like that. Wow, that's side thing. apparently should be done with this at least before 15 minutes in. So now I have to do a third thing. Alright, with multi-spin. Just something like small, that's fine. I think there are actually some of them that you can do without it even affecting you. Well, let's be glad that multi-spin, I think, doesn't actually apply to casino things. To like wall bounces, because god, that was terrible. And I also don't like how there's no way to know how it's gonna do it, except for literally just memorizing it. Yeah. So I try to be like cautious on everyone, so it wastes more time. So I feel like maybe I should you guys can start do what I've been doing the entirety of this training, just in general, like just spam spacebar. Like some of those ones, I'm pretty sure I could have just spammed space. But I didn't. It was time. Just see how slow that is. Instead of them when they start moving very slow like that, you really think it's just... Yeah, like just doing ones like that where you actually have to be pretty accurate fast is just so like some of these, like you see, you can just spam them and then like wait a tiny bit at the end, which is what I probably should be doing. But it's just so hard to tell that. It feels like it's actually just faster most of the time. For me to just stop. Like you can just play with that. Like I could probably do much better and get a lot farther if I really was playing this minigame, like how I actually play this minigame. If I were playing through this game casually, well, probably not actually, since it's probably just gonna go fast. And then go faster through it. Bruh, went off. Yeah, but if I can get them like that, without having to cycle through, without having to like to go through the entirety of the motion, then it is probably faster to actually do them. But things like that are just so slow. It's also just much simpler to do this way. Requires less brain power, more efficient. I have to use 2% less brain power. Like those Apple ones, those ones are quick enough so that it makes more sense to do them fast, if you can do them fast. And those also, time bombs. I just need to recognize that it's moving, since like a lot of them move at sort of the same speed at the start. So I just think, oh yeah, just spam. But it actually starts moving slow enough so that it doesn't work by spamming. It's hard to go risky and accurate. Enough to actually take the food. I think last time I just completely spam. Just all the way through. No real ceremony. It's honestly probably it. You know what? I just considered something. Is this the best movie? That could be an idea. So this game is actually pretty fast. But the best thing, like comparatively to Tractor, it might be slower technically. Like, you know, if you just one cycle Tractor, like 3 cycle Tractor, of course it's gonna be slower. But would it actually be slower in actuality? Because like, at least for me, I feel like this one might actually be faster if you could be able to find a quick enough route to actually use it. It's like, I mean, you could do the pony and then go to the jump thing and I mean, if this could save enough time, you could just straight up walk over. But you also could just walk, or actually no, that unlocks the bridge, so you could just literally just walk over the race town. And it only weighs like a tiny fraction. Like, it would barely waste any time at all. So that could be good if that, like, that generally takes less than 20 minutes, which is ridiculously fast. Okay, good. Also, I do not have the armor that would be the best, because I just don't feel like grinding for like several hours. Meaningless grinding. Just to be able to get slightly better things. When it really won't matter. The biggest difference here is just how fast you kill people, or how fast you beat up people, and also just how fast, or how many consumables you can get. It's really the only real differences. Like you can barely change some of the stats, and you can change some of the stats. But that's really just because consumables and such compared to glitches. Also, I really need to make a map of this game. There's someone. We need to make a map of this game. Anyone should make a map. This game would just help so much to have a map right now. Oh, nice. Rip. When you think that was a bit overkill, just a tad bit overkill. Alright, so now let me actually remember how I need to go and see this guy. I think we go over here. Because I thought, since like from the way that I saw the picture in the sky, I sort of thought that this was where the guy was, or that he was like to the left, right? But in my run, I took like 5 minutes to find him because it's busy. Yeah, 4.9 is a record for a day. Wait a minute, I just realized. Oh, yeah, that is what it is. Okay. Yeah, guys, he had his world record for one day. I'm being nice. I could have taken it from him like 2 days ago, if I had remembered. You know? He could not have a world record at all. Having a world record for one day is better than no world record at all. Whenever I see that screen for longer than like 5 seconds, I start to panic. DL 2013 flashbacks. Actually, I tried the game mouse again since I had to switch my mouse. Like a month or two ago, like a while ago. Just because it stopped working one day. Like it would randomly stop. It was really annoying. And I feel like this, and like I feel like it was way too big. I might try to look for another one. Or a gaming mouse that's just like this thing. And honestly, I'm not even sure if it really matters because I do feel very comfortable with this one. I'm not even really sure the point of a gaming mouse. I honestly don't know. I'm very like, other than it looks cool and is for gaming. I guess it just maybe has less input delay. Like, I don't know, like 4 milliseconds for input delay, guys. Panic. So I think it's gonna be like maybe the best strategy. Sort of just spam. Grabbing the hooks to make sure that I stay at a decent height. But not like that. That is just a bad idea. Yeah, like that. We don't want that to happen. Actually, maybe we do. We can get lawsuits filed against us by an unknown party, and then that'll give us more popularity. Yep. Definitely. Do I know how to look over the left mouse button? No. No, I do not. Sometimes, after like 2 hours of playing straight, I sort of just like, they're like playing a map for a while, I just forget how to move finger up and then down again. Just a lot of the patterns are uncomfortable sort of because I have to use sliders and then click and such, and it's just not. I'm just bad at like controlling my finger enough to lift it up. Well, sometimes. I'm thinking about going back to flashes. So this where I already started playing in the video. And it might be useful. Also, these cycles are really bad. Like, it's you're getting less than level in the cycle. You're doing bad. In pretty much every single mini-game. And like consistently as well. It's just at least it's consistent. It may be bad, but at least you're consistent. Just that a lot of the books don't really. Hello, Eddie. Hello, Eddie. Hi. I don't know why. 2 people have just joined VC for literally no reason. They're like, you just immediately left. I don't know. I didn't get to see the first one. Or who it was. But the problem is like things like that, man. I'm getting like a level per minute or something. It's bad. And like you really want to go fast in this minigame to get the points. And it's based off of distance. Like I end up just messing up so often. And also, bounce pads do not help. Why? Why? Like when you put the bounce pads at the bottom of the screen, Simon? Huh? Huh? Just put them at the bottom of the screen. It makes 20,000 times more sense to put them at the bottom of the screen, or much more lower. You can actually hit them a lot of the time, since like you need to have like this perfect angle to even use them without dying. Like at least if they were lower, it'd be much easier to use them because you're like since they're at the height that you're normally at, which means you can't really use them because of that. Look at that. And it's really hard to go under them. Just, what were you thinking? It's basically just the worst idea ever to stay that close up to hooks because of that. You want to stay in like the middle of the screen pretty much. So just having having a thing that makes it so that you should be at the top of the screen to even use it is just a bad idea. It also basically does nothing but just get in your way. It literally does like nothing for you. And there's also like literally no indication for when it comes. For when it actually comes, it just sort of shows up, and you can really never tell. Like sure, there's a slightly more open space, but that literally tells you like nothing. They add new patterns to this. I feel like there's more patterns than before. Like I've never really seen that down thing, or maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention. So, I think they added new patterns. I'm still not really sure if they're actually adding any more content into the game. They're like just minor things to the minigames. They're just currently fixing bugs. Which I'm pretty sure they're mainly fixing bugs, but I'm not 100% sure. So sometimes it isn't in the middle of the screen, but really just make it locked it up, like, just make it have like a few patterns, right? It ain't that bad. You don't need a million patterns in this thing to make it work. Like, sure, you'd still get screwed over if it was lower sometimes, but you'd get screwed over much less, I think. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. Ooh, yes. So I hate a flat, right? So wait, so why do you get 10 endurance in this? Let me share something. So for any percent, I don't really know why you get endurance. You could, I feel like you maybe could cut it out. It's like, you have ice sword or something. You can obliterate literally everyone, they'll say. With no problem. And endurance really doesn't even help you when you think about it. As far as I can tell, it really does not help you. Since you can destroy Santa with even without it, you can. All you need is items, and like you can destroy him either way with basically nothing. Because like you can just destroy him with items, and at that point, and you do get a decent amount, like pretty much just enough, like you could probably end up like 20 gold coins or so, at the end of any percent run or so, just from like tournaments. So like the third tournament gives you like 10 coins or something. It gives you a decent amount of coins. So like you could probably buy back like 1 or 2 frostbites that you use to destroy them. Like this minigame is so low. And I really see no reason. And also, if you need to beat Santa, just do speed. I really don't understand. I've never really thought about that before. And like yes, so if so you do get some levels extra if you had levels before. Like I'm pretty sure at level like 50 it only gives you like 10 extra whenever you do shoot. But it's really not that much. To the point where maybe it would give you like a few extra levels. It just really isn't worth it. I just feel like with adventure, it feels a lot different, right? So like a lot of the times in like space where like you only really ever do like 1 to like 3 cycles in pretty much like every single game. It feels like you really know when you're improving or when if you're on like really good pace for that split before you actually finish the split, even without looking at the timer. I feel like with this game also we're officially out in. I feel like with this game there's a lot more cycles to it. Like you really can't tell that much unless like you've been keeping track and such of each cycle or so. Like you can probably tell if you're like generally doing good, but you can't really know like for sure. I'm guessing for sure if you're actually doing that good. So I do think this minigame, like, the idea of this minigame is actually really good. Or at least how they did it. Because, like, basically, well, like, if you go under the screen, you don't die. If you're holding on to a hook, which I think is just a really good idea. Which means, like, so instead of just, like, you fail, like, by like, grabbing the hook in the wrong way, it doesn't do it like that. Like, you still might fail right afterwards, but you can still sort of recover it. The problem is, if you do let go before you're above the screen, then you will die. I forgot that happens. Well, that's actually shit, but it's still funny. Actually, I remember Fork got a glitch in speedrunning where, like, the game, I think, wasn't refreshing things properly. Oh yeah, I haven't seen obstacles in like 5 years. Where were you guys? I mean, go back on vacation. Yeah, but Fork got a glitch. It looked like the game just completely broke. In terms of, like, and well, it did the weird distortion thing, where the game when it's moving things, doesn't actually, like, remove the previous, like, object or like so, where it, like, looks like it copied itself a bunch of times or something like that. Where the game doesn't actually, where it spawns, like, the new picture of it, the new frame, but doesn't remove it. It doesn't remove the previous one. So it just stays there. Let me think. Or it just spawned a just egregious amount of platforms and speed. The strat here is actually probably just a, I don't know, pole vaulting. Is just to keep is like consistent, of a height as possible, and not like going too low or too far up. It's probably the best way to do it. So it's like, oh, nice. Bruh, why didn't you grab that one? That one was 5 miles away. Why did you grab that one? And not the one that was literally directly above you. I guess maybe it was slightly too far past it. But still, how did you even reach the up one? Yeah, also, that strategy is completely garbage against that. It's either you lose a lot of speed from going up too high, or that ends. It's pole vaulting. It's garbage. Pole vaulting in general is garbage. Like, this minigame in general is just pretty garbage in most of the ways that it makes it new. Like, yes, it's new, but it's hard to tell to actually, you know, it's like you have to do an entirely different thing to be able to do pole vaulting like that. You know, a lot of the time when you're moving so fast, you just slam into a wall. It's definitely the source for me. Anything. I'm probably doing this worse than than Pro Special. So it's Cat Special now. I was probably really, like, I probably did this sort of backwards. with how I name my things. It's like, since, I put the numbers for these beginning ones, when really it did not matter, since I knew I was just gonna have to max out everything. But then I put names for the other ones, which actually have specific numbers that aren't just the max you can get at that point. How did I survive that first? I feel like the highest I've ever gotten is like 2 levels. Maybe. Also, maybe I should attempt to 100%. Like, it's not an official data, but, like, I feel like it probably should be there. But though, you'd also have to bend the rules slightly from what would technically count as 100%. Is, like, probably just exclude arena medals, since it's not, that probably shouldn't count 100%, since you have to literally do it for hours. To get the amount you need, for the medals, and then you'd also have to gold every single one of the mini games in the arcade, which is just stupid, because those mini, like, the golds are just stupidly hard. They're just, no. I really want to taste a dog like game night, but like, it's literally just like not possible without an absurd amount of grinding. Like, at that point you might as well be going for an actual run if you want to get 47k running in the one. Best chance you probably have is making a segmented run. Or like slowing the game down as well for your segmented runs. But then, like, you probably have to have people to actually just go through and get the best runs for each main game, and then flawlessly splice them together to make it hits. Or, so something like the L1, you could just manipulate the odds or something. Or, like, make it so there's less spoilers. What is Stronghold again? It just doesn't break? It never broke in the first place, so. Yeah, our ropes are stronger. That's definitely what we should mention. Not the fact that we put giant spike balls in mazes. Nah. We need to say that our ropes are stronger. Also, why are they so much smaller now? The jump pads. It really just makes it better, but still, like, why? Than they were in the first place. I really just hope the next game is not going to be like this one. Because, like, if I was playing this game casually, I'd actually read it. Well, like, I know that basically speedrunners just playing it casually, but sort of doing it fast. Like, really, like, I just really don't like the fact that the game takes so long. It's an amazing game in most areas. It just takes 5 years to actually finish it, which makes it garbage in most cases. If you were actually playing for it. Like, at the very least, you could have given us actual freedom in what minigames we had to play. Like, you know, but, like, we only get, like, You cannot beat the game without at least beating all of the beginner trainings to 50. Why? Why would you ever do that? Also, I don't know why one person, like a few months ago on speedrun.com, made a bunch of forum posts about mobile versions when no one plays them on mobile. It's inferior. It's worse. It's garbage. Like, it is technically, yes, a different version. But no one cares. No one really plays on mobile. I've done literally, well, except for RetroPat, no one has ever really had a board time on mobile, excluding the category where nowadays you can literally only use mobile to actually play it. People could easily do it on a PC. They would have, but they can't without finding down patch numbers and such. It's not a good idea. There's no real big differences in how you actually play them. Well, the games sometimes are completely different, or they're basically the same thing, or they're just garbage compared to the ones. Like, for example, in Adventure, you could buy microtransactions. In mobile, if you didn't want to do that, the run would be still very long. Since I just realized something, you're probably paying to just have it. You're probably part of the cost of this game is probably also, for double XP, or what would be double XP compared to mobile. Because on mobile, actually, it is like why? Like, if you buy that once, you cannot play the game on mobile without having another mobile device. And it's just bad. Just a crappy version of this game, pretty much. Like, nothing really about the gameplay that much is different. Like, you can buy microtransactions. And I'm pretty sure they persist no matter what save file you're on. That is just terrible. You cannot really speedrun that. The second you buy a microtransaction, you're screwed. You're essentially screwed. I mean, at least the game is free on mobile, but it's also garbage. No. It's not really. Apparently you can't do it, that's this one. I didn't even finish it first. Actually, that does save like half a second as well. I always get my tabs confused, right? Since there's like two parts that have two sides to them, so I get confused at which part is like which part of the bridge and which part of just out and nowhere. I also feel like it's better to be consistent here rather than really fast. Or it could just be both. I took my hand off for a second. That's probably not the best idea. So the position where I have to put my hand if I do this like you technically should. It's really not. I really want to see if someone can make like an AI to do this one. Or something. That would be fun. It's like you can, if you can move fast enough, you can move ridiculously fast in this video. If you really want to. You really okay. So it's like I'm pretty sure you can go to, you can start moving to the next one before you even really land on the first one. And the animations are almost instant. You probably just see like a border across the screen, but still, it would be cool. So I think I probably want to aim for like 30 minutes. I actually haven't been keeping track of how fast this is compared to my PC. I forgot to do that. Or my Clippers run. But I do know that I entered Tractor, I think around 150. So it looks like we're probably around on pace, depending on how we're playing. I feel like the first time I played this minigame in my first run, it was so much harder and so much restraining. And now it's actually just very well, at least like the last part of it, I still don't really like, but I'm not the best at it, but it isn't as painful as it used to be. It's really just about reading patterns and not about reading it, and also being reasonably fast about actually pressing the buttons without making a mistake. And consciously knowing that you press it like three times, and then the whole moving part. Also, an AI, if you're just reading the actual game, or like the visuals of the game, actually it probably wouldn't really matter, but you would be able to like probably zap up to the top of the screen maybe, and then it would stop, since I don't think the camera is as fast as you need it to be to actually keep up. I feel like this pace that I'm moving at is fast enough to outrun the lava for a really long time. It's just about consistency. I'm not sure how many levels that was, but I felt like it was 3 levels or so. At least very close. That was stashed. So I wish NF was more specific on his 80% guide on how many levels you need on everything. And it's like, oh yeah, just get like mid to high 59s or like mid to high 50s in everything. And I'm like, hey, Excuse me, sir? Would you give me slightly more than that? Also, I'm assuming maybe you probably could cut out special. And special is just so slow. Also, I feel like special isn't even that slow. Like, pro special isn't even that slow. It's just, like, it feels that way since you get, like, 5 levels slow. I guess it is pretty slow, but still. It isn't as slow as I feel like it's made out to be. Well, it also is just pretty bad. You only need, like, you need less than 10 volts for it, and that ain't bad. Since the first part of it is bad. The bad part about it. It just flows really slowly. And also, current patch is actual garbage compared to 1.0 because 1.0 is actually good. In terms of how the new game actually works. Juju, I can't let you in right now. That's Juju's way of knocking on the door. You wanna come in, buddy? Okay, fine. Vamos. Oh, pressing free actually stuns you. I didn't know that. You're gonna want to die at the last possible thing. Actually, I think I just realized something. So, one of those cycles, where it felt like I was moving, where like I felt like I was going so much better. I was doing so much better than I normally do, and I went for like 2 minutes straight. I feel like I gained less XP in that one. I think that might actually be because ladders, it looks like gives you way less XP for the amount of distance you go, and it's not balanced enough. Or at least unless they're going ridiculously fast for it to really be the same as the first one. It's like, the first one gave you like a 4th or so, or like maybe a 5th of a level every time you ticked up. I wish this one you could click the ones like you can in mobile. If I had like an actual aneurysm playing this the first time, like my head actually hurt. This takes a little bit from the head to actually get used to what I'm seeing. So what one would have just stayed at 3 layers? This one is a bit hard to do, much harder than the first one, within just 2, but like 3? If man, you couldn't have just given these ones ladders. Also, I don't really understand why some of the mini games remove some of their added elements later on. And they don't really contradict each other. So, like strength in this one. They just have about having consistent. It's a lot harder to be more consistent on this one. It's much harder to really tell like what's where. or like what I need to press to do this. Like I can sometimes go decently fast, if the patterns are simple and easy to understand. Like that. I feel like this one with Outliers isn't actually faster. Actually, you know what? Maybe it's just maybe actually this one gives you the same amount as the ladders too. Let's say. And so a map for this game would probably actually be pretty hard to make like easy to read and you know be able to tell unless like using text. It's like what about the inside caves? It's pretty hard to actually map it out. That like from like just the overhead map view. With the game gives you, which is probably what I base, which is probably what we want to base it off of. Like, I mean, honestly, it wouldn't be too hard for me to just look through the game like after a run and just like put all that stuff in. But sometimes I do end up wandering around for a few minutes. Actually, I wonder, did I not even use the glitch that I found in his run for 90% more setup? Like, I mean, actually, it's not actually that useful, I think, unless you have MG Plus. Which, now that I think, or actually, no, it's banned in expanding. MG Plus, 1.0, isn't it? Or maybe it's banned in 80% more setup. I can't remember. Oh wait, it is 3 platforms and runs. It adds in the 4 at 30, doesn't it? Yeah. Forgot this. Why couldn't you just say like the lava rides faster or something? Honestly, I wish I knew how to mod these games, like add actual content into them. Moving, so I probably like most times that I tried to learn coding and such, or make something, just end up either like getting through it, but then finding out that like one of the mechanics I wanted, and I'm not smart enough I just don't understand how to do it, or something like that, or it's just extremely complicated and time consuming to make work. So I'm considering using, so basically my grip right now, is one finger on one, and, one finger on, and one finger for 2 and 3. So I'm wondering if maybe I should use, one finger for 1 and 3 and one finger for 2. But, instead of using this one, I'm just gonna stick to it. So I'm not actually sure about the face of this one. Or about this, because the face seems like it's maybe a face. So actually no. So I remember that we need to enter, or that we want to enter a tractor in under 1 hour and 50 minutes. Okay. I feel like sometimes I can actually move faster, sort of, than I could with 2, sometimes. Spamming too much. I'm pressing too much. Actually, this is pretty fast, isn't it? I wasn't keeping track of how fast I was going. Stuff like this. With like how many frames I'm getting per like minute or something. Well, that's certainly about to change. And my grip is also going to change to probably be 2 fingers. And that's going to make it even more confusing. Maybe I should just use 1 finger, but then I end up, if I use 1 finger, I end up, Yeah, this I still struggle on a decent amount. It's like where free is sort of around where free was before, and I get really confused about that unless it's free. Like that, I think it's 1 because that's where 1 like should be, I think. Or where it is like normally and such, and just really confuses my brain. Like at best, I'd probably be getting like 1 level per second here. Which is just way less than what it was the original one. Like just 2 or 4 letters. And actually a decent amount for those letters, but still. Or, well, actually pretty bad with just like everything but for that. Like, this was the first minigame that I played, I think, whenever I was doing it on mobile for like 10 minutes. And, like, once I got to the free letter part, I just, like, why? Like, at least on mobile, it's decently okay on mobile, since you can click, since you can tap where you want to. And it's much easier, but still, it's actually probably just pretty good. Like, I know you probably can't really, transfer it that smoothly. Also, for how bad I'm saying I'm doing, I actually got like people, so which I think is pretty good. Yeah, my brain, when I'm at like 4 or 3 or something, and I see that something's over there, I just cannot compute that it's 2, and I think it's 1. Good thing we never do this in 80%. If we did all 50 levels in 80%, I would actually be much savage. And probably wouldn't even run it, or at least not as much as I probably should. It's just so bad. It's so, like, just not fun. I'm also bad at mashing fast. Like this one's less about like reaction times, for me, and more about where to actually, about where or which thing I actually need to press, just in general, and not even fast, just like trying to just tell which thing I need to press without taking like a good like 2-second look at it. I just realized I'm using 2 fingers for 1 and 2, which might not be the best idea. Just make this thing just up there. So just using it. Okay, maybe I should do something from this. I don't know. But we are almost done with this mini game, which is very much bugs. That's close. Speed, am I right? So I like how I just realized in space, you know, the first speed training, and well, the first Terran intelligence is actually just more about reaction times than it is actually just thinking about things. We're done. Bye bye speed training. The worst training of all time. After I've done this run, after I've completed this game like a decent amount of times, I do sort of know the actual route of the game. Like a decent amount, I think. To the point where I probably won't end up like choosing the entirely wrong way as long as I'm sticking to the route that I should be sticking to. With like the plan, the route. But so, yeah. Like sometimes I'm slightly unsure of myself of where I want to go. Like how you can just walk faster. She's not thick, Dory. We should never speak thick, Dory again. It's not real! Like, honestly, just don't even remove that bug. It's just perfect. It's thick Marco. Who doesn't want thick Marco? It's amazing. He's so thick. Okay. So we're on roughly 7 minutes ahead. Around 6 probably. And I'm gonna try to play this a lot more safe than how I normally do. Where I try to do jumping, which does make it more exciting, but it's just way less safe. I should definitely not be doing jumping, like, I don't really know what to call it. It's like bouncing, sort of. Like, I can still sort of do it. Most of the time, it's just gonna be just terribly unsafe. When, like, the opportunity clearly allows for it, easily, then I probably should do it. If you don't know what it is, essentially you just like do essentially like you like hop a bit with the front wheel sort of. Like you try to like hop along straight sections sort of. But I'm too bad at it, so I probably shouldn't be going for it. Or it's hard to do it when there's not like a clear jump and you can easily just screw yourself over and run into an edge. This thing is struggling, man. It is so like just like it just breaks. You blow on it and it breaks. You die and it breaks for some reason. Like if you just fall over backwards and die, for some reason the front wheel breaks. Apparently it's not even you dying, it's just falling, like you just cause the front wheel to break. And so a lot of this minigame, it's very weird patterns like that. They're very uncomfortable to do, and just don't feel safe at all. Like there's just like no safe way to do them a lot of the time. this is the point where we want to get pretty much every run. I also feel like I think my front wheel is going to go forward much more than it actually will. Oh. Yeah, like I don't want to do things like that, but like this is essentially what's happening. This thing. But I die a lot because of it. It's very specific skill, so I'm probably not even getting that much time out of it. Frick. That also sometimes happens in this minigame. Also, like how they focused on like this, and they're like, "Yeah, tell us about bugs," and we're trying to fix it, and like, that's a bug. I really don't understand why it exists, and the people that fixed it. Like, I don't really understand. They're trying to fix bugs. Like some of the visual bugs, like I can see, like those are pretty easy to fix, but they're pretty rare. But like stuff like that, that's happened to a lot of people. I'm pretty sure, even if you're just playing the game casually, probably like most people have had it happen. It's clearly just something wrong with this mini games. Like, are the bugs literally like unfixable without breaking like a million things? Yeah, but like, look at that. That feels like it's so gonna break the wheel, but it doesn't. And it really confuses me. And I also try to be way more cautious than I really need to, probably. It's like the back wheel's not really connecting with it, so you can really just like lift your wheel up in time before the back wheel actually. That was just so mistake. I run my front wheel down too early. Honestly, hopping probably isn't really that effective unless you're literally on something like that, or like on a jump. Like that, sort of. It's slightly quicker. It actually can sort of help, like pushing your front wheel against the ground in certain ways, to get a slightly bigger jump like that. You can land much easier on some maps. But when you're going up though, it's a bit like because then you don't really have that much time to actually pull up your front wheel. I don't know why my hand's on space. It really doesn't need to be. Yeah, but so like I said, this is where I can game and lose a lot of time. Like, I'm just really cautious about that when I really shouldn't be about that jump. Oh, come on. How did that not break it? I ran directly into it. Skip coins. I actually probably should be maybe going slightly for the coins. Wait! Unless you're close. Because coins are probably going to be important. Well, actually, it probably won't be that important now that I think about it. It's not 100%, so I'm going to think about this for like a second. And coins really don't, like we're probably going to get enough coins from the tourneys themselves to buy enough, but, like, you know, a little bit extra doesn't hurt. You're probably getting just an enormous amount. I'm gonna end up with just an absurd amount of coins. So when you do some of the minigames, right, you get a You just get, bruh. It shook, it didn't land properly. Like I tried to move my foot down. Also, oh no, we're not getting world record. Heck. Why did someone comes in and thinks that and actually thinks that world record is 147? It's gonna look like I'm just being garbage and I'm not even like a third of the way through the run. And actually, I sort of am. In terms of how much is actually left. Because like I've done 4 of the 5 beginner trainings. The 7, 8. Oh wait, I just realized. Oh no, I made this mistake again. I put swimming where it probably shouldn't be. Because I don't think I can. Actually, I can probably just go and do that tournament. But I sort of don't want to risk it. Because like because like I do have better weapons than I did in Glitchless. Maybe we should hop over and see if it is a good idea to do it. Ah! I didn't see the box. Oh, I saw it. It just was very conceived. The box. Okay. We can go for infinite endos now. Also, I am realizing now, Tractor is slow with health. It is so much slower. Like, even if you, like, in 1.0 and, like, you do God tier, like, and, like, you're just amazing, like, and ups, and, like, get, like, really good cycles every time, I feel like health is actually fast, since it's already been 10 minutes, and I've actually played pretty well, at least by my standards. Even though this is on current patch, so it doesn't accelerate as fast, but, like, you say get, like, 5 levels per cycle, sort of a stretch. Maybe a bit. Even like 10 levels a cycle probably still wouldn't be good enough. Though, now that I think about it, the bridge actually is broken on that side this year. So it would actually have to be fast enough. It actually have to be slow enough compared to health. Like by like a few minutes at least. Like a decent amount of time to actually go all the way around there and do it. Like, I mean, I guess with that, no, I guess I'm pretty bit confused. But, I mean, the bridge gets fixed and, actually, oh no, I'm gonna have to CS, aren't I? Oh, I think I might understand why how, like, endo wheelies work, right? Or something? Or how sometimes it will give you a lot of XP for something, even though you didn't really even do it for that long. I think it's because you transition to the endo, so like doubles the XP, at least while you're not in midair. But it's hard to actually transition fast enough before the text disappears. And you have to do it in like a very specific way, I think. Like you have to like go get an endo from Edge. And like drop down face enough to actually count it for an endo. Wait, that doesn't count as an endo? Huh. Pretty sure that counted. And Yeah. I'm pretty sure that would have counted in 1.0. Can you not endo? Oh, you gotta be really extreme at the endo. Generally, endos aren't that worth it unless like and just like flat terrain. So we won't be able to exit out of this endo. And we will be able to pull ourselves back up, but we won't be able to re-enter it, I don't think. Because that's sloped ground. So we can only get 40 XP. What's up? It's free 40 XP. I will not complain. I will complain about the fact that I can't get more XP. No, it's just, why can't I get more XP? Wait. Don't tell me something. Is this on 1.0? If this is on 1.0, I'm gonna put something. This better not be on 1.0. I will fucking win. Since I can't even repair this if it is. I mean, I can't. Well, I guess I can do Pekka. But even then, it's still going to be Sword the Manji plus time, which is 4 hours or something. And energy plus 1.0. If you can maybe like take some endos out of that, but like it really is very hard to do. Like it's just this one actually. Like the ideal spot for an infinite endo will have a ground close enough, but also be easy enough to actually keep the endo, so you can still touch the ground with your back wheel. So we can check if this is even faster, like, or if this is even faster to after doing it for me. Not sure if it is. Okay. No, probably is. I mean, it takes maybe 20 seconds to build up a full thing. Max. That's powerful. So yeah, 20 seconds for opening the tree stuff we should be here about 5 minutes. Actually, it seems sort of close to. No, it's definitely faster. I got set with 20. You could do a whole 30 numbers like this, which would be fast. You'd be only like 10 minutes for 30 levels, which would be very fast. So maybe it is still decent enough. I like how Simon Watson just saw that people could just do this, also to Harrison. Could just like do things like this with wheelies. Like wheelies are like 20 times easier to do than this. It makes it a lot easier to find and even know that it exists. And you're just like, I'm gonna put a cap, and it did not change a singular thing. Like you can literally just tap the ground to reset it. Like what would probably be the best is to put maybe like a 3-second cooldown in between, which would probably make it maybe just barely slower. Or something like that. Just make it so that you have to move like at least a decent amount to actually for it to count. Or for you to start another one. You can't just do the same one within like some probably wouldn't even interfere that much. So why wouldn't you make it 50, which would be a full level, I think. This turn has that 50 XP as well. Yeah, I'm quite sure that looking at like some rough numbers that this is much faster than let me play. So let me actually time this out for sure. Actually, it actually takes around exactly like 20 seconds. 20 seconds. A little bit less, I think. Yeah, around 20 seconds, so my math was actually correct. Yeah. Actually, it said it like 159, yeah. Okay. This is definitely faster. Probably just faster than like anything you could actually achieve. After this one, after like maybe within like the last level, I could actually probably go off and see if this is 1.0 by the fact if I go at light speed or not. It's 1.0, if you don't know, had a cap for speed that's it's much faster than current patch. Current patch is like you go like really fast, like maybe you can pull off a triple flip. I mean, normally don't actually really reach their cap speed. But like 1.0 was like you could clip out of the map fast. You could just exit the cameras pretty much. Like, you could go faster than the game could probably load things, I think. And you don't actually have to be moving for it to give you to build up speed. So I will be able to tell. Since the reason why I think this might actually be 1.0 sadly is if you look, if you saw that the boxes fall from the sky, and I don't think boxes fall from the sky in current patch, or at least they do it to the point where you can't really see it. But it was very noticeable while I was playing, while I was doing like 1.0 runs, just in general. It was so noticeable. It's like you get sniped out of the air by a box hitting your front wheel while it's falling down. It falling down, it feels like it's probably just like a cheat thing. Like just an easy solution, you know, rather than an actual good one. Yeah, it's actually took around 5 minutes or so. Yes. From where I said it would take like 5 minutes. So this is definitely much faster than normal. Oh no. Bruh. Oh, the attached wheel can actually collect points. I did not know that. I don't think I've ever actually gotten an infinite endo to last that long. Normally I only get like 1 or 2 like max endos out of it. Yeah, we might be on 1.0. I don't like that there's actually really no way to actually tell. There's really no way to tell if you're on 1.0 until you unlock flying. As soon as we unlock flying, we can test for like. Well, that's really the only like best way to really know. There are different ways, I think. You know what I could do? I can at least make sure that I end in current patch. If I'm not in current patch. Because I can open the game from Steam, which I probably should have done. And I just click the icon, which I'm pretty sure should use Steam. It used Steam. I'm going to hope that means that I am on current page. Because I don't think Steam really, I don't think you can really like make it so that it uses 1.0 from Steam directly. So I don't know why it makes you go through that. Like, sure, you get to see people's splits, but you could just like do like a cool thing with the loading screen to show that and make it go faster. Just like just like in the other game, so there's no screen in between. So it's not like you can quit out. Like, well, if you can quit out, but like you can't return. Without starting from the beginning, so there's really no point. Honestly, I probably maybe should be using my boost in the chance that like it saves like half a second. By DNFing people slightly quicker. If I can even get a DNF. Or get others to DNF. So. I myself do not want to DNF. Also, it's amazing that I was actually prepared enough to not have to reset. Because I forgot something. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stop with that. I can always use an energy bar if I really feel like it. I actually DNF all of them. Direct. Yay! I'll DNF every single one of them. It really doesn't actually matter what armor you use here. It's not. It's not like anyone gets to hit you. Well, actually, they can hit you if they... Actually, how did that man hit me? I have max speed. Clearly hacks. Yeah, I feel like this tournament would fly so much better if, like, you got that little, like, thing in between rounds and then you got to go again. It just made it so flow so much better for you. Instead of having to go into tutorial and such. Like, I mean, you can always pause it. And also, I like how stacked this inventory is. Oh, no, they actually survived it. Oh, good job, buddy. Die. But like how stacked this is. Like, I'm pretty sure NUp doesn't even, like, use, like, the most he could use. He just uses, like, in terms of consumables. When, like, in my GoTwist run, which is what I used NV Plus from, I had just an absurd amount of money, so I could buy pretty much every single thing. And then I also got to use the save, like, I'm pretty sure I actually grinded for that save somewhat, before I found the other glitch, that lets me do any percent, without actually having to use CS. But I grinded out this one sort of, then realized I still do not want to do it. And also it just works. Well, yeah, I had like 60 gold coins or something before buying any items, so I had enough to buy basically whatever I wanted at the end of that run. And I'm pretty sure I actually got the ability to not to like so I completed the run right, but I'm pretty sure it actually sort of let me maybe use like revert back whenever I loaded the file to before I actually beat Marco, I think. So I think I actually had all the things. Bruh, he tumbled so much. My boy. It took tumble. What an idiot. Like how all the jumps are just literally just waste of time. It would actually be more beneficial just to fall off. DNF the mayor! No. We won't get to DNF the mayor. Or will we? We DNF the mayor. It was only by like half a millisecond. But we did it. Hog. Oh, you think you can fight me, mate? Bro, you have less health than other people. I one-shot you. I didn't even one-shot people in the tournament. Except for that one guy. I one-shot did I one-shot you? You're just garbage, man. You're just garbage. Imagine this is actually on 1.0 though. Yeah, we get like 5 gold coins for that. So like for any percent, we're probably getting like 15 by the time we actually. At least by the time we get there. So now for one of the most boring minigames. In my opinion. This one I never really think about when I think about this game. Like, this one of those ones where like basically all you do is just spam. But like and like yes there is some strategy like for the beginning of it, you sort of just spam. And like all like 80% runs since they're like how in any percent we basically just completely just ignore flying and like swimming and like everything like that and literally play them for like half a second to get one level. I'm probably being bro. I tried to jump. I'm trying to like jump sort of like that. Just way too precise at the time for me to be going for. I really need to get better at like just remembering this thing buffers my inputs. Just really garbage, man. I mean, I guess there are situations where it does help. Like, you're probably just gonna be spamming anyways, so just make it so it doesn't do that. So. Yeah, wait, do one there. That's pretty risky. Yeah, but like I tend to spam, which means that my inputs get buffered a decent amount. So like, there's always a lot of the time there's an extra jump like that, and that throws me off because I don't know there's an extra jump that I'm going to be doing. So I have to then realize that I'm very close to the door and will probably die if I don't jump immediately. And I just can't notice that I did an extra jump fast enough for it to be worth it. Like I mean, at least it doesn't input. At least it doesn't delay all of my inputs, but still, the fact it only delays like one, it feels like it's intentional or something. That it just why am I trying to do that? I should not be trying to like jump and do that because that is just stupid. Why would I try to go for it? Like I know it looks cool, but basically it just does not help you at all. Therefore, give you like a slight like makes so you can go up slightly faster. Actually, it may not even make you go up faster. Like, I should probably sort of just spam most of the time. And then whenever it actually gets to the point where, you're like, at this point, I should stop spamming. Because the guy's actually going quickly. I feel like this is one of the few minigames where it really doesn't matter how fast you go. Or what part you're in. It just makes it harder and you don't actually gain XP quicker. Like, it really, like, sort of never changes how quickly you actually gain XP. Since technically you could spam through this section, you probably die, but if you didn't die, you wouldn't really gain XP any quicker than at the beginning. Or, well, at least not by, like, any real margin. There are 5 levels in one here. I died because I didn't realize I could have just jumped up and jumped up 2 more times, but like, don't think there were like 7 levels to maybe like the path that you could actually get for this one. Before having patterns that are literally impossible. Also, I like how they basically just say, like, they must have been running out of the ideas for the beginning of this one, right? They're like, just make the same thing that we did with the doors, but make it a spike instead. And there's like more of them. They're really not. It really changes absolutely nothing. Like, maybe the fact that you can't, like, bounce off the middle probably, but like still. That basically changes nothing to anyone. It's literally just a door, but it's a spike. Also, like, why does he open the door whenever he goes through it? Like, what do you mean? So, like, couldn't you just, like, realize to not open the door or something? And actually, just thought of another thing that you could do for the Pokemon game, or, like, another, like, idea for it. What you could do, you could try to, like, stay in the middle and have it have, like, be on a pole stick. Right, but I have like a jump pad in the middle, and you try to hit the inside of it as much as possible. Just like some slight wins and such. To make it harder. No, shouldn't that pass that? Probably just like decrease the circle as time goes on. You get more XP for running. That's sort of like exactly like it's pretty similar to the actual pro jumping, but still. I didn't realize it was like that. Honestly, it feels sort of like it makes it harder. That's also probably just my own stupidity for not seeing the spikes. Maybe there's just more of them, I think, earlier on. Well, let's just actually be 1.0. I'd actually probably just start correct. If I spent 5 hours or so. 5 to 6 hours just playing this game, and then for it to not even be a valid run. I feel like I'm moving way too fast in that tracker. What? My phone they put like a version difference. Like I'm pretty sure there's nowhere that should actually say which version you're on. Actually, I did that for space. So they put it there in space. That was just a bad idea. Frozen platforms. Ah, yes. It wastes your time. What else does it do? And, like, make it slightly harder. Situations like that, are like the last cycle where you basically just get fucked. Excuse me? That was very close. Also, the fact that this minigame gives you like 1 XP actually doesn't change how it gives you XP. For these ones, I feel like it's different since before. I remember the last time I looked at it, it was like earlier on, it was giving me 1 XP like every like few steps, but now it's giving me 1 per. Is it actually that fast? Huh. It's also just like really slow. Like if you mashed all the way and like and it never died, it would also, since it didn't add falling platforms yet. What do you mean? Why do we have falling platforms? Is that even a falling platform? I don't even know. I'm pretty sure that actually no, that looks slightly different than a falling platform, but like I think it might also be a falling platform. I'm not sure. Actually, we'll be able to see if this is 1.0 by when we get to Cuckoo. Oh, I didn't put Cuckoo in this list. I'm gonna slap the splits together in like 5 minutes. That's also what I did with the route pick. I'm honestly really not sure what we should be reducing. Like, I mean, I do know the slowest minigames. Probably digging out like special, maybe. Like, maybe we should just completely ignore pro special. And it's like essentially we can probably like ignore like we can probably bring down a decent amount on a few of the stats, especially racing, for Marco, because you know, it really like we have all the consumables we could ever actually need. Because the problem is knowing how much I can reduce it by. Because like I can probably reduce it by quite a bit. But I'm really not sure how much exactly. Yep, there is a specific glitch that always happens whenever you enter Cuckoo or the dojo. If it actually is, though, that would be so sick. And like, even though I could change it mid-run, even though I could change the version mid-run probably by opening it through Steam, specifically like opening up Steam and opening it out of that, it probably still wouldn't fly. Because a lot of the minigames are different. Wait, no! This is current patch. I just realized. I remember it now. It is current patch because tractor. And those have caps, and wheelies have caps. Okay, but I was ready to be so disappointed if it actually was 1.0 and not current patch. Because then I couldn't even go for an actual world record. Or like any good score or any good time. Because my NG plus time, which is for 1.0, is actually atrocious, but it is still 4 hours longer, so which just will not happen. I can probably say that 4 hours, or that under 4 hours, and which was really, like, very much never happened, like, only if you became an actual god. And, like, and, did everything perfectly, you could probably maybe do it in barely under 5. Like one cycling tractor on Glitchless. Or like one cycling tractor on Glitchless. Like, so the perfect tractor would probably be a 1 cycle, for 20 levels, to get tricks, die, immediately, or well, like, in the first, like, pattern you see, get the endo pattern, the best endo pattern, and then just do that. Instead, it's, I'm quite sure, definitively faster by an actual absurd compared to normal. Compared to, like, if you were driving normal. Like, maybe not if you're going at a super high speed, but most of the time you'll just go at super high speed. Especially if you do it, like, a lot. And it's just... Actually, I did do my math wrong. You don't get a level per 20 seconds, you get, actually, you get 40 out of 50 XP, right? So it would be slightly different from my calculation for what I said earlier, but still, most definitely better. At least for those 10 levels. It's much faster than me using to stop it less often because it has. Okay, why is there just a door there? Why is there just a door floating? How do you access that door? Who lives there? So I like how they tried to make it look like there's gaps, and really, like, did you even try, man? Like, it doesn't even fall clean. Like, it's not even close. Like, did you literally just spend 5 minutes on that? Just say it falls, but in reverse. Bruh, someone cooked that. What was that? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Like, it actually is pretty interesting. I'm pretty sure what happened to some is I bounced off of, like, the middle of a wall, and then ended up in a situation where it like clips, where it doesn't start running until I'm in between the floor, and in between the floor, like inside of it. Also, I'm really not sure. Actually, like, so I don't really know why they decided to make those, to make, like, those platforms that aren't disintegrating platforms, but, like, like, the darker ones, that are just out on their own. Like, it sort of makes sense, but, like, you could have also, like, just made it a different, just make the same wood platform, just go there instead. It would take less work. Like, like this thing, right? I know that it's like just not connected, but like you could have just used one beam. It wouldn't even look weird. I think. Oh, wait, I'm getting 2 XP now. Oh. Is it based off of distance? Or how far up I've been? Bruh, white line. Bruh, white line. Just a white line falling down. Great job to remember to remove the white line, guys. I think the idea was that no one was supposed to stay up for long enough to actually see it. Why have I seen so many glitches? Like, that's why I thought it might have been 1.0. Because just how many glitches I've seen so far. And it's only been like around half the run or so. And yet I've seen so many glitches. I also think the category should probably be named to like I'm really not sure what you would actually name it to be more accurate, since obviously calling it current patch would be stupid. Oh, wait, we're done. Like, because, like, you know, there's a new patch that shouldn't invalidate literally every single run before that point. So you should, like, I can't really think of a better name. Like, Pitch got invalidated, I'm pretty sure, because he used a different glitch. Or he used, like, some other glitch, like Shoot or something, I think. That is certainly worse. That makes it so that you can save for one more time. For that. Which would obviously, you know, not be counted because, well, it would not be counted for current patch. But, like, what about just a patch to fix some of the minor glitches? I don't think that should be disqualified. I'm always confused at this part of the game where I actually need to go. Need monies. I like how we do literally 0 quests in the entire game. And I still don't understand why everyone thinks, or like, well, I've watched everyone like do the mini game or do the heist mini game where I did it like I'm pretty sure first try. Like I didn't really escape, but you don't actually need to escape. You literally just need to grab it to get the diamond, and you still keep it. And like people are actually trying to like do it properly, and it's really not that hard. Like the timing isn't even hard at all. Probably should have put more in between splits like turnies and such, but like yeah. After the second, probably want to make a map if I have like an hour or so after. Then go up to 1 p.m. So I might be able to make them that. Yes. Probably do it like something tomorrow, I don't know. Let's go to talk to Santa. Yeah, there's like a big gap, like probably like around like maybe like 7-minute gap or something, in between 50 jumping and 50 flying. So probably be a splitting between that. Like, if there's like a decent enough gap, like where you go do an entirely other thing, and then it also makes it much easier to actually compare to people. Compared to like other people on how they're doing their things. So you should do it faster. Well, you can do it faster. Also, I'm realizing that it doesn't actually matter what you do or what you get here. I think actually flying might be slightly faster to get like one more level of or something. And actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, would swim be better? It probably would be. Now that I think about it, because you don't actually have to fight someone, and you don't have to travel all that way for this. You could just like, you really just need to get the claims. Let's do swim. Can we do swim? Huh. I don't want to choke this, but like, swim seems to, like, it feels like that would be better, right? It'd also probably go faster. Because it's swimming. And like, you have to do both minigames anyway, so it'll probably just be faster just to get the claims. When we're not flying. Actually, yeah, let's do swimming. Watch me find out immediately after that I'm just doing it. Also, I do need to go to the bathroom. Yeah, as far as I can see, there are no consequences of doing something, so. This actually sort of helps my splits more when I can really just change the names. Just think about it. You do, like, I'm gonna do 50 slim, and I can literally just, like, swap these splits in terms of name. And, and yeah, it really just isn't to him. This probably should be doing backflips earlier on in the combo. Because, like, I mean, they do give you quite a bit. But, like, doing backflips close to the water really just does not feel good. You don't really get to do, like, a couple, or, well, me, like, I only really do what you want to. Bro, that was barely enough. I feel like you should never really enter straight down. That was very risky. So it's way too early. You should never enter the water straight down at like 5 times speed. Because that's just gonna mess you over. Yeah. That's mainly just gonna mess you over. To enter the water at 5 times speed. Straight down. Because that's just gonna, this gives me a lot more combo, so maybe I could do like one more backflip. At full speed, it just becomes so uncontrollable, you know? It's like if you turn early, you're probably just gonna smack into the water at an angle that will break your combo. And otherwise, you're just gonna like be comboing around. You know? Didn't get nearly that much that time. But I do get to do a second one. I still don't really like to crash into the ground. Actually just stops the entire cycle at like 3 times speed, 4 times speed. Probably only barely capable of my speed at this rate. Oh, no. Actually, I can't even reach 5 times speed at this point. The ideal cycle in this part would probably be like 50 levels. I feel like this is one of the ones that, like, not that one of many games that I can just, that I, like, no, yeah, I have time save there, but, like, some of them I feel like I don't realize just how much time save I actually can get. Like, and not that hard. Also, I just want to see, what happens, actually, no, I've already seen what happens if you get 2 things. If you get 2 things. If you get, like, from level 10 to level, from below level 10 to level 20, it just displays the first one. Bruh. Also, I'm trying to do these low angles to get it faster, since it's much faster to get in the beginning. Alright, so now I said this is the part where we start doing flips. If I actually, bruh, that, what? How did that? How did that completely? That wasn't even a bad entry. If it wasn't a good one, that shouldn't destroy my entire combo. Actually, a good cycle probably would actually be like 20 times, so I how fast you can actually gain this if you do flips really early on. And a lot of them. I didn't actually know that it lets you reach the water before exiting it out. Yeah. Also, it's not weird that it gives you 100 seconds. Like, wouldn't you think it would give you? Ooh, stop it, wouldn't think, yeah, one would think that it would give you like 90 seconds or something. Or 120 seconds. I get it, like, I guess 100 does look more like, you know, what if this looks better? Like, not that many people. Actually, you can't really do backflips very well on 2 times, so it's like, very low 2 times, I guess. So yeah, I probably should start doing that only at 3 times. But 5 times is where we get into the part where I'm probably gonna be hitting the Z4 more than I am actually running out of time. But a good thing that there are less launches, and I do want to launch like this. It's probably more beneficial. Just belly flops at the speed of light. And so I show something. Is this one actually the fastest one to get to 50? I'm sure you actually have to beat Santa to get this one. I think you can start this one. Well, that does not matter. Because you can beat him pretty much does as well. With 20%, and 80% with just pure items and the fact that you have endgame weapons. Also, it's sort of weird that this glitch is called New Game Plus. It really does not feel, probably not actually what New Game Plus in a lot of games would actually be. It's like, you know, when I think of that, I think like, you know, like an actual New Game Plus. I think, oh yeah, like you can go through the same things, like, like you can go through the same game, but like maybe with like like some slightly extra things, or maybe like a few more quests and stuff like that, and not like this. It's not even really that much like New Game Plus. I think New Game Plus should look like. Yeah, we went into the air before it could get us. So much paradise though. So now we can actually get these. Well, maybe up to 10 speed. Never mind. Yeah, so now I can use flips like that early on. Also, I guess the reason why they removed buoys at like um like basically as soon as you hit 2 times speed most of the time, like right after you hit 2 times speed, it's just because they'll just get in the way and you just smack into them as soon as it happens. Also, I'm not sure if it's actually gonna stop me. I don't know. I don't really know how much I need. I think I probably need like 300 or something. I wasn't really paying attention before. We're gonna maybe go for like 200 times. Oh. So it's 1000 XP. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Actually, no, it should be 500, but, according to the thing. So that's, unfortunate. I think that's that though. We just need, like, 100 again. I really didn't think that landing was that bad. Like, it wasn't perfect, but it wasn't like break your entire combo hit, I think. Probably stop way too early with flips. For what I maybe should be going for, but like, yeah. This was easy. Oh wait, that actually gives me 3 times? What? It seems like this one has 100 XP per level. Cool. Now watch me immediately find out that I'm like soft locked or something garbage like that. I do need to go to the bathroom. I'm not really sure when I can go. So now, I'm actually, no, I can't. Crap. Would have actually been good. Oh wait, no, I don't go there. I go over there. I was gonna go against that guy to get. Maybe we can do it later. To get more stuff. I don't really know when I can fit a bathroom break into this run. Oh no. I mean, I could just go like during the race. It's not very important. I mean, I could go during that fly race. That would be in a decent run. Yeah. I'm just gonna. What happens if I start like this, huh? Why don't you give me like 100 levels? The reason like this is good is because let's just go right on. And actually lets me do my split grapple. So we're gonna just go over here, and we don't need to fight anybody to do this. We don't need anyone. We don't actually have to fight anyone to get swimming and to get flying if we do swimming. Why? Stop. They actually need to go in. Hold it in for a little 20 minutes. Oh. I did this like first try in my casual playthrough. My brain's just degraded from playing too much Duck Life that I cannot comprehend these things anymore. Brain is done. Can be invested so fast. I like how I always manage to mess up my splits, like literally always. Somehow, miraculously, I managed to do it. Whenever it first came in, it felt like it was going at light speed. I just hate this one, just because like it's a good one, it's a good minigame. It's just how they execute how broken stuff works that just makes it so bad in some areas where you just get screwed over. Like it just basically gives you only ones like it doesn't have any system. It's like pretty much purely RNG. Whether or not it's a broken one or not, which really shouldn't be the case to a certain extent. Like after like the third broken one, then well, you should maybe make it so that it just can't have anymore, because it really sucks having not being able to get out of the start because you can't see anything, and also the camera doesn't zoom out far enough, so you always have to come back down like that. Like before that, like aside from that, it is actually a really good minigame. Just has a few things wrong with it. Yeah, you saw the hate there, sir. X. Like I should be having runs like that, like pretty much every single attempt. Or at least like 2 buckets or so. for a second thing. I went to the movie. So I'm gonna feel like I'm really good sometimes at predicting, like, around how fast it's gonna go, and how fast I'm gonna fall down, and, like, where I'm gonna land. Why did I? But I'm not being stupid, of course. It's also probably not something really big is actually definitely too low. If you have at least 10 brain cells. How do you I don't like where you get to this point where you literally just can't do anything. And you just have to wait till they pop on the screen again. Or just blindly fall and hope you hit it. Weirdly enough, I have realized that that at least swimming has a different amount of XP per level. So that's 50 or so for the tractor, and swimming it seems to be 100 per level. And this one seems to be like 20 or something. Bruh. Yeah, I don't like it. Like, so it just basically just only let me have those real well, which I might have been able to reset enough time there to see a normal jump pad, but you know that probably shouldn't happen. But you don't want a minigame that is literally entirely based into like it's okay whenever it has somewhat as towards like the high point of the minigame where like most people are probably gonna die before. Like when it's like with broken things, when it's like after like the first 10 seconds of the minigame starting, where it's already enough RNG to screw you over completely to the point where you literally cannot win or cannot get that much farther. Then you got a problem. Like, look, now I'm not gonna be able to do nearly as good. Doing that in the first place. I'm going to early. I'm trying to compensate for like how long it's gonna. Bruh, it waited. Huh? I spammed. Why did it wait? But I'm trying to like compensate for how long it's gonna have to come in. Oh, wait, those give you coins? Okay. No, okay. And I'm getting the small ones after gives you coins, I think. Yeah, I thought. Fuck, didn't know that. Oh, 3 hours in. And I'm trying to compensate for like the height and how long it's gonna take me to fall. When my duck's low enough to where that really doesn't matter nearly as much as it does like right now. Oh. Yeah, sometimes you can still hit them whenever you're up this high and you can't even see them. Because like you can see them on your way up and then or like they're close enough so you can just spam. Is it just me or does it feel like I'm going faster? Do you actually fly faster? I don't know. Also, it does seem like it adjusts how many how many there are, with how low you are. Why did I try to go for that one? I should not be trying to go for those. It's that speedy. I should really just like not be trying to go for the tiny ones that often. Because like you can get them, but generally it's like it gives you enough normal ones. So you bruh. So it really does not happen. Why is it like waiting for like a second sometimes? I can sort of go for them there, but like they're really not that useful. I don't think they really bounce you up as high, or they really just bounce you up the same amount and they're just 20 times more risky. I actually never noticed before, but I think they go faster as the cycle goes on. I wasn't looking enough. Actually, now that I look at Tracker, the amount of time it took me to take Tracker, it did take like 3 minutes to do speed. Or to go from speed to get to Tracker. Or something. Why? I need to be focusing on the game, not the last play. But yeah, I guess that actually is as fast as health. And yeah, I guess it could be faster. If you got lucky enough to do infinite endos from level 20. Yeah, that could be faster, but it's also assuming that that you're going to get an infinite endo at level 20, which is pretty much complete luck. Well, yeah, it is just luck. So there's only like a few patterns that can actually let you have an infinite endo. Why did it wait before doing it? I'm spamming. Should not be waiting that much. I do like that they at least took the time to make the beginning always the same. Actually, it feels like there is something making it so that there's not as many broken patches. I have not once yet gotten completely fucked by them. Like, I've been, like, sort of fucked, but, like, not to the point where, like, it's really basically impossible to survive by broken bounce backs. Oh, but yeah. Maybe I feel like once, but, like, it's not happening as much as I remember. So if there's less bounce pads, you actually still do get to, when you're higher up, still do get to, get a decent amount of, or get basically as much of them as you would normally. I don't know what else to do. Or if there's less of them. Blind. Yeah. No, I saw it and went for it. Then realized that it was broken. Oh, I got full light from nothing. So there's also I do like some of the optimizations in these minigames that you can get. Which not exactly like which do help a decent amount. Which is getting full height from bruh. Seriously. But you can, so the general okay. So if you fly high enough, so if you get enough height from a super bounce pad, okay, there it is. That's what I was talking about. You can get completely flat. Well, just like not be able to get nearly as much height as you should. Like you should at least make the beginning of you make it so there's never like 3 weapon bounce pads, later on. But so if you, you see, it went up high, but it only got like a third or a half the height that you actually go up to. But you can dive from the top of it. So if you dive and hit a bounce pad, you can get all the height from it, even though normally you wouldn't get that much height. I'm probably going way too close into these bounce pads. To the left. I'm not really sure where we're I'm not really sure how we are compared to my Glitchless PP. Since technically, really, it should be around the same, it is basically just Glitchless at this, until the end. Where we basically the idea is to just, what? Bruh. If you hit these bounce pads in your angles, it doesn't happen. But so basically, the only real difference between this and Glitchless is the fact that we can really buy an absurd more amount of consumables to basically just cheese Marco out of existence. So we can lower on a lot of the like racing and well, especially racing and those kind of and yeah. Well, probably gonna be mainly racing stats that are gonna be lowered. We might even be able to just like not do special at all. We could maybe do that. That's fine. Or just completely ignore special. Cause like it's pretty slow. We don't really get that many moves out of it normally in Glitchless, and I don't really see it playing that big of a part. Like this, since like the Ice Sword special isn't even that good. Well, like it's good, but it's not like even with those levels. Oh, okay. Zero cycle. Don't know how many levels, but still, we got it. Like 4. Oh no, now we have these guys. These guys just screw you up, man. Like you dive to go for something, and then they dive as well for the exact same thing, and then it breaks, and then it gets like hurt, and then it gets and it becomes a broken thing, and then you hit it, and yeah, then you lose. No, now that I'm realizing it, most of them don't even hit bounce pads. Also, with the super bounce pad, you do still get like a decent amount of time while you're going through the air. Oh no, I agree with you. You do still get a decent amount of time in the air to get slightly more feet. Boing. 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 For some reason, this game feels like, honestly, it feels a decent amount better than it was the first time I played it. Like, of course, it was longer the first time I played it, but I feel like I was like dying inside, like 5 hours in, and now it really isn't that bad. That is way too close to cut it. Was the fact that they put coins randomly in the area when clearly they're just not gonna. Oh, crap! Someone's streaming. Don't watch. And well, I can always mute. Sorry for not talking. I'm just watching the stream. We don't really do that much during runs. But it is you can watch. So yeah, sorry about that. And also, we are doing full risk. I have realized something that Ford probably didn't realize. Or did not. We can get an absurd amount of money, and we can just entirely tank Marco with just items. Like, we can destroy that man with literally just items. Okay, the stream I was watching is it's now done, and this is on pace to beat Fork if we win. So the reason why I decided to go so risky with so much lower in this part is because I've had a realization in the middle of this run. You can bring your stats really low, I'm pretty sure, compared to what you normally do, because you have 60 gold coins, people. And the other thing is, the reason why I talked about Fly Guy is not only to fast travel back in after getting slightly more strength, but also because there is a flight thing in the like Champions Road or whatever, which will let me. So basically, the plan is to do the tourney, to do the final tourney, but then travel back, like use all the items I need, then travel back and get all the money and get all the things. Also, I forgot to go to the bathroom, didn't I? Which is sad. Actually, I'm not really sure how much I should really go for. I skipped special entirely. Also, because I don't want to go back and get it. That's too much of time. Honestly, this doesn't work. That's gonna be sad. But I could honestly probably still beat Fork, even if it doesn't work, because well, it will be a lot closer. But I do have, remember, 60 gold coins. I can buy max items like 3 times. I can buy them like 2 times over. If I really wanted to, and I already have max items, so I can brute force my way through both the tourneys. Then also brute force my way through Marco with just consumables. Which I feel like that actually means that there's more of a reason for this category to actually exist. Since, you know, if it was basically the same thing as Glitchless, except for you kill you get all these items, and it's easier, and you can slightly lower your stats. Like, lowering my stats this much is definitely, like, if it does work, that would probably be much better of a category, since, like, doing, like, everyone's probably just gonna want to do Glitchless if it was just slightly less. Because, like, Glitchless seems to be more popular. And it's better. For some people, and well, probably just gonna be like would be the default. Like you're still going for basically Glitchless, but like you get to lower your stats a bit. But hey, you know, at least it has a decent amount different, which I think makes it so that it should definitely stay as an actual category. Since like otherwise, I feel like actually having it as a category might be a bit, maybe not the best. Also, sub 5 in this is certainly possible if this route does work. Which it may work. It may also not work. Alright. So like one more, so like, what's 7 minutes? Like I still have a decent amount of leeway where I can go pretty slow and still win by like 20 minutes probably. So like, you know, I don't want to fuck this up. So I want to get maybe a bit extra in there. Actually just had an idea. So what if we got 100 speed, 100 strength, and then just completely said no to like everything else? And also, I'm now realizing also, and I probably could have just maybe used NA%, or what NA% does, and just raised racing stats. Just raise everything by a tiny bit. Of course, speed 100, so I should actually like raise everything a tiny bit in that. Should probably still work since NA% is basically the same at the end, sort of. It isn't that different. Like, of course, you do the glitch to manipulate the map. But it ain't that bad. Which is why you could still probably use the battle skills. Alright, so once we hit 70, I think I'll be with that. This is one of the fastest games in the game, I'm pretty sure. Okay. So 69, bro. You know what? Oh, I almost split. That would have been bad. Since there's no split below it, since apparently I had no brain when making this one. Okay. Okay, boss. You do this. So, like, I mean, I can't get robot armor, so it is different from any kind, but still. We'll still be back. 40 close. Okay. We're going to buy literally everything. We are taking no risks. Honestly, coffee is sort of useless unless you're at the very end of the race. Well, yeah. Like, you can't even, like, nullify it with getting knocked out by something else. Because it just knocks you out anyways. Oh yeah, I still have to go and do that, don't I? To go in the tourney. Feels sort of weird that I did Swordfish. I also do have to go to the bathroom, so. I really like the whole basis of this route idea is just the fact that you have an absurd amount of items, an absurd amount of consumables. But like, you know, normally you have to spend a lot of your money on getting the things. Like this guy, we're just gonna demolish him with just pure consumables. That's weird. The only minor, like, maybe could be bad is maybe Marco's actually strong enough to survive max consumables thrown at him, but also just like the tourneys themselves, since like I might have to use like almost all of my consumables and I can't exit out early. I mean, we still do have pretty good stats. Feels so good looking at max consumables, man. Max consumables. Probably should have maybe switched to trying that, but hey. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh. I didn't use enough contributors. I should have frozen it. Bruh. Also, yeah. I shouldn't have played that safe and just losing turn now. Like, if I could end up going too slow. I do have to remember that, but this is looking to be like pretty close. Like, probably a round pace for maybe like a 520 and or 530. So I'm not completely clear if I don't if I steal up enough things. I should be DNF'd one of the boss stage. They want to be like people who battle ends race you. They just be like, nah man, I'm just gonna head out. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna beat the crap out of this guy now and no mercy. Yeah. Survive. Actually, I would have survived the top hamburgers, but like I said, money is not a problem. We do not care. We have all the money in the world. So like how it's like you gotta fight these guys. These guys are important. Like they're leading up to them and stuff, and you're just like, what if I just walked away though? What if I just like walked away? Yeah. Oh wait, I actually have to I almost forgot to actually buy to actually get a totem um it, in the city. I don't remember what. Like you see there, like I can just destroy that one. I did the first time because I was thinking of how much damage you do with like sort of maxed out things, and like I was thinking of 300, even though it more does 400 a lot of the time, and I also don't have that high of defense. Wait, huh? Oh, I'm an idiot. Well, first of all, before we forget, let's go to the toilet or to the parking lot. Okay, so now, oh yeah, we go over there. I'm an idiot. I forget this every single time, man. Imagine I found out I was on 1.0 the entire time. But that would be very much safe. Indeed. But why did it stop me there, man? I'm encountering a lot of glitches here. Wait, what? There ain't nothing there, sir. Oh, yeah, this does feed back. Okay. So I'm sure if this went back. I really need to go to the bathroom. to walk past gold coins. They're nothing. Because, oh yeah, it's fun. Yeah. Yeah, but like hypno watches are just the most OP thing ever. And like with like a combination of little things, you can basically just like let the opponent get one hit for every 3 hits you get to do, which a bit OP, and you can also give yourself like double the health. So that's also a tad bit OP. Just a tad bit OP. Bailey. I don't actually remember that race. I don't remember that guy that much in this. We'll play for this game like 4 times. I still don't remember things. Alright, so we're not gonna have any mercy for this man. Yeah, no. Like, what if you did? That's a bit oversafe, but like, really, not that much. So, no, we're not taking any chances here. So how did this man lose the lenses in his glasses? I don't know anyone who really wears glasses that well. But like, bruh, I really need to go to the bathroom. I need to go. Alright. Okay. So these ones we should have really no kind of fun. Like how basically the entire premise of this run compared to Glitchless is pay to win! Because we have all the money. Oh no. Oh no. One problem, not having enough flying. I want to say fun. I guess that's one. Bruh. It's not a problem, it's an advantage. Poggers. It's credit poggers. Like when they're just in the reach of the finish line, then G and F. Get wrecked. So that doesn't really happen again. I just need to remember that literally nothing. I should block everything like it's going to kill me in this room. In this part of it. Anything that looks like it might be slightly threatening, I need to extinguish immediately. Or I will lose. I probably actually can finish this run no matter what. Because, well, am rich. I can buy back enough consumables to do the entire thing again. I probably still wouldn't bought Fork though. Which is the whole point. Fork's not allowed to have full records. Fork is just not allowed to have nice things. Like world records, like he had a world record for a day, you know. Like, yeah, that's cool. Like, what if he did it? Hear me out. What if he didn't? So I like how the endurance that you actually get for the run is is completely just like so excessive compared to the actual maps. Like I can boost all the way here and I will still have enough. You can also buy energy bars, which are certainly. I feel like you can basically just like destroy anyone, no matter what, with like basically like any skill. Like you can, you can have like half their skills, and still beat them just by spamming consumables. Like I mean, you can't spam Hypno Watches as much, but like you can spam burgers fast enough to like give you just an obscene amount of HP. The real problem is probably gonna be Marco. In between Marco's stages. Like, this probably wouldn't be that much of a problem if I cared enough to get the rocket, which would be but I didn't. If I ever do this again, I will know that I probably should actually get the rocket this time. Instead of what I always do and be like, but I don't wanna. Wait, this is the second battle? Excuse me? Like, if you get lucky enough, you can probably, like, pretty much stun lock someone, with, lever button and, Hypno Watch. Like, just one Hypno Watch is basically enough to just completely destroy him. Oh, I didn't need to use that. Oh no, I wasted the equivalent of 1 gold coin. I only have like 50 more. Oh no! Much concern. Am human. Well, we have the same HP, buddy. Too bad you're gonna die. And I'm not! Wow! I'm probably being, like, slightly excessive with... I need to... Seriously, man? You're gonna chill at 1 HP? I mean, he was chilling, but, like, at 1 HP? Bruh. Also, guys, we're gonna be, like 4.5 hours behind the world record. Sage. Also, I know that this probably will be Fork, but this is gonna be like a thin part. If I beat Fork by like 1 second. Pog. 1 second Fork bop. You know, Fork's world records, whenever he does get them, they're actually hard to beat sometimes. Sometimes. I don't like the bananas and like lassos and stuff. Like, just completely don't work on water. Because water, they just didn't care enough to actually make water. You'd be able to get like knocked out on water. Bye bye, bro. It's probably like, ah yes, look at my student go. Cheating! Yeah, well, where are you, old man? Old buck? Where are you, buddy? Oh, you're nowhere. Get wrecked. Self-confidence, man. Bullying other ducks in a duck video game. Gives me so much confidence, you know? Just on top of the world. Master Cuckoo. Time to die, buddy! Sonny! Get ready! Bunk! You're not gonna move. You're not gonna move. Move until we go around here. You only did 96 damage. Great, buddy. You tried. Here's a participation medal. You're deaf. Much funny, Probably actually got too much fun. Yeah, now we're even richer. Oh. Now just stack up on more consumables. I'm actually sort of worried that this may not be popular. It would be so embarrassing if I lose to someone who's only been in the game once. But like just such a small amount, man. Honestly, apples don't even matter. They're gonna be like a waste of time. Gonna be honest. Like, sure, you can use all of them. You get like 50 HP. You know what could also give you that much? Or like you get like 100 HP? You know what could also give you 5 times that amount? For like 3 times the cost? A burger! So get fat! You wanna move? No? You wanna schedule this, sir? Stop moving! So this feels like a really glitchy version of current patch. Did they mess up someone in the most recent patch? Also, I need to remember to make a map sometime. I've done this puzzle too many times that I actually remember it. At least that one. Wait, no. I was gonna send it back down. No! I forgot I looked at it wrong. Down. I, for some reason, remember that you have to go down there. And this is what I remember, yes. Wait, how do we do this? Oh yeah, we go up here. We go down here and then to the right. I've done this puzzle, so we need to do that. Fuck! What? Why? It double tapped. It moved twice. They do this to me. just in case. Okay, so we're gonna do this turn, then we're gonna go back, and we're gonna teleport back, and stack up on the cheating pod. Like, I mean, it's just like Olympic racing, but you can give yourself steroids, and you can physically injure the other teammates. You know, just like just as you do, Yeah, no, guys, really not a fan of that. Like, you having, like, you being able to do things, nah. Yeah, no. Look at them, they think they can win. Like, I know I can win the race against Marco. It's just a battle, I'm not sure. Like, you can brute force your way through the race. Like, you can basically constantly eat and or eat candy bars to basically just always be boosting, and you can lasso him like 20 times in a row. And you can also just freeze him at every single cliff. With like 10 of them, like, he doesn't make the same choice. These guys never see a chance, man. I don't think I get even less stats than any percent, and just brute force your way through them with consumables. Since I don't actually think you use that many consumables when doing it, which I mean, I guess you do have to do this one. But, like, would it be better to basically skip, like, everything? Like, doing, like, small trainings and basically everything, and then, like, basically all the resets of, like, speed. Just annihilate them. Okay. So if we fuck up battle, we are screwed. So, like I said, no risk, murder everyone, no mercy. Hello there, chap. Don't you like dying? What, that was overkill? When are you dead? So, it doesn't matter. Also, maybe some people would find it scary that by simply, like, recording adventure and having any of those loading screens you're probably doxing your relative location for anyone who just wants to find it. But 20 out, oh, I remember in my last run, and my previous run, that I had some, like, really close call with Marco, or, like, Mom or someone, where I got hit, where they unfrozen and tried to, and got an attack, and I and I barely was able to eat the burger, um, and didn't die. If I didn't eat the burger, I would have been dead. Okay, so gonna have to teach you the laws of physics. You see, you die, and also you die. Is that a cold lightning bolt? I feel like I've seen that before, right? I think actually in my run. Or like the lightning bolt is cold for some reason, or like it freezes them. Eat everything. Become glutton. Correct. No. I refuse this. No! What? What the fuck? What? How did he win? Oh my god. I am. We're probably not gonna be friends with it. I spent too much time pausing and stuff. I was playing bad, so like focused. Oh. Damn it. You still finishing one. You just fucking dodged the one attack, so weird. I literally ate every single piece of it. You know, I should have used it. Tried it. Oh, no, no. Should have used the trident. Oh, I can use it against me. You might still have a chance, but it's gonna be like by like a minute. It's gonna be close, man. I haven't done this run enough times to know. I haven't done runs like these to know how long the end fight's gonna take. Probably gonna take a decent while. Taking the cutscene and everything, so like we have to rush, like it has to be less like fuck. Let's still do this. I don't need to do anything for this guy. You can literally dodge his attacks. He's garbage. Bro, it didn't kill me. It healed me? I don't want to heal you, man. I've only got 2 hits. I probably shouldn't be using consumables at this point. Still, I still also probably need to go back after this one if I use too many on the last one. Like, we haven't even gotten the marker yet. I feel like 400 health is basically like the point where like nothing can really kill you unless they have a rocket. So why does it seem like some of them recover from being frozen much faster than others? Alright, so this man's gotta die, and he's gotta die fast. This is gonna be close. So maybe I should have had more cool armor things, but that's still. Alright, so we're gonna load up on everything. Like how they literally just put this over them sometimes, and they can still like move, still grooving inside of their ice, you know. Yeah, nobody. Yeah, no. Bye bye. Didn't get the crit. Okay. It's gonna be nice. Okay, so we need to go back. So fucking desperate. This is the closest run I've ever done in this game. Do the water here. Okay. All these runs end up being so stressful by me risking it. But by far, this one is probably the most full risk. Yeah, this has definitely been the most stressful one by like. Well, like every single one, it's so stressful near the end because I'm like, I'm not doing fast enough, you know? You know what? We're not gonna. If we fail here, we are screwed. I think we need to use at maximum 3 of the big consumables in the first one. Try to not use burgers in the first battle. Then for the mom, hopefully only have to use like maybe like 2 of the big ones. Then after that, just full blast Marco. Just destroy him. Probably wasn't the best spot though. Listen. So I do not feel like that is half of my bar. Half the energy. So clearly lying to me. Probably stop there. Yeah. Actually, I did have max. No, I thought. Yeah, say one of those. Okay. Don't touch the lava top. Bug. It's white. No, it's not white Marco. Saggies. No white Marco. Okay. Pretty good heart rate, man. I don't have robot armor. No problem. Okay, with fruit. I probably need to use that many items. For some reason, sometimes when I know I'm on a good run or it's really close, I hyperventilate. Oh no, plot twist! Alright, mother. I'm the good bait. Oh wait, no, that freezing, huh? Yeah, no, you're not moving. You are not moving the sentry. Bruh. I was about to say flawless moment fight. But sadly not. It would have been flawless if they didn't dodge. Yes, that is a way to treat me. Okay, Marco, you're about to get wrecked. No. No moving for you. You are not moving. I'm not letting you out of your pen this century. I'm going to get fat. Supremely fat. You do not stand a chance. And get wrecked for it. This is so... How is this so close? Literally 2 minutes. Literally 2 minutes. Pog. Let's watch the credits. I got too many consumables. I had so many. We can go lower. We can go so much lower. Like, I blew through those guys. So good. What? Yeah. We can like basically just forget leveling up things. Okay. I think probably like 100 speed, and honestly like probably 80 strength. Then just do not give a crap about like get like 60 health, and then just do not give a crap about anything else. You do not need any racing skills when you can pay to win. Time to show this to forget. Honestly, my play or this run was probably honestly worse than his by how many times I like stopped and such. But I do not care. A win is a win. We take this. We take this. A win is a win. I do not care. Bro. Watch me find out that it was a 37. Okay. Let me actually see. Has it been? Yeah. Barely under 2 minutes, man.